Ajde, сега кажи, що трябва.
Small. At GoDaddy,
Какво? Ай, на работа. Таман ке сработам едно, па ќе видиме. Ало? Добро. А, чека, не ми е пуштен стримот. Чекай. Туп, 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 да, туп. Да. И ја. Да.
Dun, 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 dun. I'm speaking, but my microphone has been on mute. So welcome on the stream, mate. How are you? I meant to say. I was saying. And why I can hear myself twice now? This is weird. I have turned off the audio from everywhere, but for some reason I can hear myself twice. So this is not okay. One, two, three, four, five. Yeah, I'm hearing myself. I'm hearing myself from a friend of mine's Discord. Eclipse, you there, mate? Hey, Altitude! Welcome on the stream, mate. Oh my, there's some crowd on the stream already. Hi, Drake. I'll just call you by your nicknames, guys, so... How are you guys? Are you working on something yourselves? I know for Altitude he is developing this coding stuff. What about the others? Working on homework. Is that homework from M3DS Academy? Si, señor. Okay. What magic are you working on today? Well, it's the Porsche I'm developing still. It's pretty much 3 months now in the making, and more, probably 4, actually. If I have any excuse, it's because I had a lot of projects recently, so really couldn't spare much time on doing that. Then I had vacation during the summer, as we all do, so had to be paused, you know, for a bit. So, yeah. I like how that looks. Specifically, I'm working on this engine here that you're able to see. So I want to fill it at the back of the car. I've went as well without no vacations. It's no big deal. I mean, for 1 year, yes, but if it continues to go like that, I would say I feel you. Also had cloth simulations in 3D. I don't know how people do it, myself included. You can count on me in that regard about cloths. It's a lot of subjective thing, like what might work for some, it not might work for someone else. You just drag and drop like pieces, vertices here and there to make them appear as cloth. That's how I do it. I don't know. I mean, not I don't know, but I know that's not how it's supposed to be, or it shouldn't be. Then you have Marvelous Designer, which is great. I've tried it once, but didn't really spend much time working on it. I'm focusing on doing these vehicles right now to enrich my portfolio, but in due time I would like to learn as well as Blender, also Marvelous Designer. So just to get those cloth animations you mentioned. Oh, 1. by mistake. It should be 0. What? Wait a sec, what's happening here? Southgate is written. Well, your portfolio is on fire because I have only seen you make masterpieces. Thank you so much for the kind words. I do intend on trying to bring new things in and make it, you know, bring more stuff. Yeah, I know. I can be heard. I am deaf. I have muted the Discord so I can. I won't bother you, but you can hear me through the stream. If you will, but yeah. In any case, you don't. I'll just hear you if you need me, so I'll jump back on the Discord. If there is any conversation to be had. But yeah, no, I've said that on air. Bon appetit. This will be a comment pretty much pinned. Thank you very much for that. Why I haven't? I think I had. I think I had followed you, Clara. Why the hell I had not? I didn't have follow. I don't know. This is something interesting. I wanted to make recently. I was inspired to do so. To make probably some characters, Vikings inspired stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I should probably just stick to cars for now, and maybe later on get some scenes inspired, like I said, due to of that, to create maybe some concept art of a Viking robot or Scottish warrior. Oh, thanks for the follow. And by the way, these rims are so epic. Rim included Google's CNS for more tires as it's not refundable. Owners don't like that. Yeah, these are pretty much like real. Oh, they're not connected, that's why. So let's make this. Wait a sec, what's going on in here? How on earth has that filled? Again? Breach, for Christ's sake. Vikings are so cool. So cool indeed they are. I'm watching this show Last Kingdom recent. I have watched this. Yeah, I'm hearing myself twice. I'll have to mute here on Discord. So I'm watching this show, like I've said, Last Kingdom on Netflix. It's quite, you know, attention-wise catchy. I just couldn't stop it really for 3 days, probably a week, without stopping. I've watched it like fully, and I read that it's even more the events showcased in that show are much more real than the events shown in the Viking series that has been going on before. A quite popular show itself, I'm sure. You've heard of that, and many know it. By Vernon Cornwell's novels. I hate it so much when Maya it's this slow, like it's not following the things I want to make in an instant like that. Look at that. .2, that should be sufficient. That's fine. Both are equally interesting, not 100% accurate to history, but still very dramatic and interesting for anyone who loves history. Yep, indeed. I was looking into whether the grave of Alfred the Great, the king that went before kings, before that England was even formed, whether his tomb, grave, has been still present in that chapel that they shown in the movie. And it says that its tracks have been gone. That has been moved several times, so they're not sure where it is right now. But for example, if I go in England someday, that's pretty much what I would be interested in seeing, like all these castles and things that are yeah, in regards to history, relevant. Um, what would you say, from your knowledge, that it's correct in the series and what's not? I'm genuinely curious to know if there is anything in the series that's been very much spot on and something that's been completely a fiction. I know pretty much that the main character Utrecht is a fictional character based on this character from Bebenberg. What was his name? I don't know. Fun fact, contrary to what people think, castles were built for defense, not to be pretty. Yeah, of course they were built for defense. I don't know who ever thought they were built to be pretty. I certainly never thought like that. Yeah, I mean, people who watch Disney, yeah, well, even them, even, they eventually, I'm just now assuming things, they would like to see how a true castle looks, and once they see how one castle truly looks and what its history, I don't know why they would believe otherwise, but anyway. Okay, I have stay here, put some middle. Why is this happening? Like, what the hell? Look at that. I hate this so much. And again, through rushing. Just get that. I have all these shortcuts. Maybe it's time I make a shortcut for bridge, because it's something that is frequently used, yet I am confined to dragging here and there to select it. You have too much faith in humanity. Yeah, I guess I do, although I'm not really relying too much on people. Now I have here some details that I cannot really see, so I can experiment a bit on how they would look. All I can see, there are like two cylinders of a kind. Let's bring it up here. Sorry, here I can read only the chat from Twitch. Now I just see that Arthur has written a comment on YouTube. Yeah, dude, good luck with this session. Thank you very much, Arthur. Nice chat yesterday, man. Great to have you here. Top 3 of all time, Arthur. Great artist himself. Arthur, feel free to share your ArtStation here on the chat. I'm sure that many would like to check that out. Speaking of Nordic and Viking culture, Arthur, I don't know if he's still on the stream. He has been part of collective artwork, and they have created a whole so-called museum with artifacts and assets inspired by Viking stuff and that mythology, if I'm not mistaken, and it's absolutely gorgeous. I'm gonna try now and look it up for all you here, whoever is watching. Just a moment. There is a comment. I hope it's not Arthur. Just to read you as well, but to go back to what I think is cool in Vikings, we have to take a huge grain of salt. It's Ragnar Lodbrok might not be 100% a real person. Yeah, there is no full concrete evidence he was real. We do know Bjorn Ironside was real, and few more people were real, but nothing is sure Ragnar was real. Yeah. So Arthur, wait a sec, I need to make sure I got his name correct. So yep, here he is. and quite frankly his last artwork is just that. So you will see here the work he has done. It's inspired by Vikings, and this has been pretty much done from what I know. And actually what it said here, inspired by Draker's longship done for the Dynasty Empire Challenge. It was a group effort in which everyone was contributing different assets to the digital museum. Thanks for the art direction of Jeremy Estrelado and Nick, I was able to really tap into my artistic potential. Yeah. Why? Don't worry. I don't have that much control in the settings of the bots. I haven't set any controls so far, so they're pretty much on their own. I'm not bothered that much if someone uses caps or not. It's pretty much the bots put on auto over there. So don't mind that. Yeah. Can you guys tell me how's the sound of my microphone, of my voice, and the music? Is it the music too loud? Am I myself too loud? Is it okay? Should I adjust anything? Thank you. Great. In the beginning, in the start, when I began streaming, obviously I had a lot of troubles with that. And after a while, eventually I managed to sort it out. It's rather simple, yes, but I had no clue on how to make that work, really. All those settings. Just came to see if I'm needed. Not needed, but if there is any talk to join in. Bon appetit. Yesterday, Dan, when you did, when you left the, when you went sleeping, I had a dinner. I came back. I gave one more try. Let's see if he's here. Done. No way. Wait a sec. You fell asleep on the chair. You legend. Yeah, Drake. Claude, not mine. A friend of mine with whom I'm talking on Discord. You cannot hear him, but because for the purposes of the stream, I'm talking English to him. So. Oh, okay. Then it's me who misunderstood that. Clara, how is the weather in England? I think you were from England, or I have mistaken something. Oh, Swedish. Someone else was from England. Because your name, Clara, I thought, yeah, I remembered now that we had this conversation and you said, no, I'm not from England. Although I thought that you are from England and you said, no, you're from Sweden. William. Oh, sorry for that. And now, speaking of Vikings, I remember that I asked you about some of the things about Vikings because I love that part of the history a lot. Like, it's very interesting what they used to travel and the boats. Yeah, I have an accent. Most people think I'm an American when I speak. No, I'll tell you, it's pretty much the name and surname. So it's pretty much common for people in England. So that's why. You know, for Swedish people, I would expect, you know, to have Freda, Bjorn, something like that. I know Bjorn is male, but you get my point. This is interesting here. This should be rather like this, not how I made it initially. So we're gonna have a little play here now with this. And that's not correct. Now this is. So we'll do this. No, I will move. I will move to the live stream. I will move to the live stream. Oh. Okay. Okay. So sorry guys, I had to say goodbyes to my crew on Discord. Not crew, entire. It's not the right word. It's yeah, to my friends on Discord. So I can now focus 100% on the stream itself. Altitude, that's awesome. I just leveled up in sales. Please tell me a bit more about that. In what regard, how, what happened, and so on. I'm curious to know more about what you're working and the things that you've been talking yesterday on the stream. By the way, for anyone watching, Altitude here, he's working on software that's, from what I've heard so far and understood actually, dedicated for freelancers. Maybe not now in this very moment, but he's also working on that kind of project where, I mean, he would be more, you know, better equipped to say more details about that. I'm just a 3D artist, so it won't be okay for me to talk about that. I don't know about you guys, but Windows 11 is so stupid. For example, when you open Windows, a smaller portion of Windows, they're not quite fitting the frame that it should. So there are some parts of the YouTube analytics right now that I cannot see, and all due because of that, I'm sure, because previously this I did not have, and I'm also using Windows 11 since, I don't know, like 2 months now, and previously with Windows 10 everything was great for I don't know how many years. I switched to Windows 11, it was great for a time, and now something bugged itself. So I hate this, like it's very stupid. I did a pitch, and before speaking I just felt like it was too rehearsed, so I ditched it and spoke out of heart, you know. Ended up saying the ideal pitch. That's always the case. That's always the case. I remember that when I was called up for interview in this studio working for Race Room, the title that, like AAA title on which I worked, that it's mentioned in my portfolio. I didn't care, you know. I just went and spoke from heart. I wouldn't have grown or learned anything if I went for the rehearsed lines, just threw myself into the deep end and didn't sink. That's awesome, and well done on that, because now that you said that, I kind of understand more of the person that you are. I wouldn't dare to say or be naive to, you know, to say that I know something substantial. But that says quite a lot. That I don't know whether I'll be saying this correctly or not in my limited English vocabulary, but it speaks about a man who is driven and, you know, believes in his own actions and you know, skills, however you want to call it, that you know what you're talking. So that's great, and it's always better, you know, for that to happen rather than having something rehearsed, because everything you rehearse something that, you know, you should say, and if they ask you anything that you haven't rehearsed, you are in trouble. So, but it's of course always good to have rehearsed at least something, so you will have a clue a bit more on to be more knowledgeable on the subject. But that's yeah, probably something different, not exactly the same as a rehearsed pitch that you would make, rather just research that you would do for a certain company, which is something that everyone should do when, you know, he or she is trying to get a work. Okay, we need to modify this like this. So there's nothing wrong with having a bit of a freedom when modeling like this. It doesn't have to be really specific, you know, everything pinned, you know, to smallest detail when you're making cables and stuff like these. Yeah, I also think you attract more if someone can look in your eyes and know you're actually thinking about what you're saying and not relying on stuff you crammed into memory. Altitude, I would say that you're very much, you know, thoughtful person who indeed knows what you know what you're doing, obviously, and quite skilled at what to do, I'm sure. That's the least I can say. Royce yesterday mentioned that it's gonna be a nightmare when I'm gonna be doing UV unwrapping of all of these models here, but on the contrary, I think I'm gonna enjoy it a lot because, yeah, for sure, there are a lot of elements in here, but I just enjoy using it UV headless layout. So in this instance, we have quite a lot of models here that we will have to unwrap it. So it's gonna be fun. Positive reinforcement, receive it. I receive it a lot. Oh, I receive it. LOL. Sorry for that. I read it different. Clara, I might be traveling to Stockholm in a foreseeable future. Looking forward to see that country and how it is. My best man is living in Stockholm there, so really wanna I just haven't read. I realized that I've spent too much time looking at the YouTube platform that is there, that I have here anyway. So you said, yeah, Clara is a Latin name, so more Italian name, but semantics. Okay, you're right. But yeah, if you ever come to Sweden, go to the Viking Museum. It's really cool. I will most certainly do that. Definitely I'll do that. If I arrive if I visit Sweden, that's one of the first things that, in the first couple of days, that I will most certainly do. I myself, I love history a lot. I like learning about cultures. I like learning and seeing how, other things in the past have been done, or, it's fascinating to me to see, today we're moaning about all these vehicles that, oh, this car doesn't have a GPS or this and that. Well, how about this? In the past, they were traveling across continents without not knowing even, whether they will get there alive or not. But okay, we're now probably I'm talking about something much more, like, what would be the word? Not aggressive, but too radical. We are not most certainly. It shouldn't come to that point whether it's whether something is survivable or not. It's just that it's nothing scary to even do that. To travel, not certainly now with boats like they used in the past, but I'm sure you guys get my point. Is that we kind of get too much reliant on all these gadgets and whatnot. But I would be hypocritical about this, given the fact that I'm earning for a living working through a computer. So that's one thing, but yeah, that's now a different topic entirely, I would say, and something for some other time maybe. We can go philosophical about it, if you will. Philosophy, it's another thing that, it's quite nice, in the sense that you can express your emotions, your thoughts, your theories, this and that, and in the same way not be confined by some limits. I don't know how else to say this anyway. I don't know if that made sense. So personally, I think the tech today is doing too much for our brains, gives it brain rotive. I don't know if that I understood well. I also would like to read the comment on above that. There is a place a bit further away from Stockholm where there is a whole rock floor place with Viking runs and drawings. That would be super cool to see. Vikings used to have crows as pets, so yeah, so when they needed help to get to the shore, they would let the crows out, so the crows would show them the way. Oh my, that's like very cool. In the Vikings show, Ragnar was supposedly not knowingly founding this like compass of using water, and that whatever whichever way you turn the bowl where you have the water, it will be flat. So in a way he kind of used that to show him some paths. I don't know if that even makes sense. Thinking now about it, it wasn't something, or he put something into it and it was dragging, always to one point. So people forget Vikings were originally desperate farmers. That's epic. That's a nice way to look at things. I know they invaded other countries for the purpose of better lands, but that's interesting way to definitely to look at it. Desperate farmers. Okay, so this is not how it appears. It should be much more rounded, pretty much like this one is. So I'm gonna drag this here and I'll just modify it. So wait, just a sec. First, I need to read the upper comments. I mean, the word Viking is a modern term. At the time, they were probably called something else, but I don't remember the word. Saxons, probably. From what I've gathered on the internet, Saxons are some Germanic tribe, not necessarily Vikings. So, are you telling me that Viking itself means a farmer? Like, in some old Nordic language, Viking means farmer? At the time, they were probably called something else, but yeah. I don't know, it's just fascinating, you know, to see how they lived and the rituals they had with Valhalla and all that. It's crazy. I see. In regards to the question you just had before, so wait, what are you modeling right now? Is a more cleaned up version of a 3D scan car. It's not just a more cleaned. The scan I have, it's completely incomplete, if that makes sense. So the 3D scan, as it is, it's like maybe only 20-30% of what would be actually a 3D model. So big portion of this is missing. Big portion of the inside is missing. So what I'm building is pretty much a well-rounded, detailed representation of the 3D scan I have at hand to create something authentic, something that's believable, an engine that is not just with cables drawn left and right, but with elements that will resemble pretty much what's for real in an engine, in this specific car, and in a very specific place. Eventually, yeah, to make this model as believable as possible, with not you know, too much exaggeration on the geometry. Which, I mean, by that what I mean is to have a model which in the same time will be detailed but also quite optimized, so it's not too heavy. If I have a will to later on use it elsewhere, that I should be able to do so. Looks, it's there, fine. Okay, so let's add these in here. Have I made a duplicate? Yeah. Yep, I have. So look at that, almost perfect. Yeah, it should be pretty much stuck in like that, and these should be a lot smaller in this instance. So we have that. For anyone on this channel right now interested in anything more than cars, maybe racing, I just bought yesterday a set of Corsa Rally. So instead of streaming on my Dux Drive YouTube channel that I have, another one, of course, I meant for gaming, specifically for sim racing, I'm gonna do so through this stream. So when it comes to streaming, I'm gonna stream here. And yeah, I don't know which day it will be, but I will be showcasing that a bit of driving as well. It's gonna be interesting because it's a rally, so it's gonna be me driving through these tight roads and these rally courses, which can be requiring quite a lot of focus to do so. And occasionally I just might race some other guys on a set of Corsa and simulations of that kind. Wait a second here, I need another... Where was it? I had one here. It's on the top. Yep, there it is. That's what I need. So that I need to bring here. So to make these... You're doing insane work, but it's awesome to watch. Thank you very much. It means really a lot, guys. I don't... how to say it? It really means a lot, because working for projects and then working for your own portfolio sometimes requires additional motivation that sometimes I personally lack. So I appreciate it very much that this hanging out with fellow 3D artists who are also into the industry as I am, and if that is appreciated, you know, from important people such as yourself, guys, who are into the 3D industry, it means a lot. I often get compliments from people who are not into the 3D industry, and while I would understand that and I appreciate that, I also understand that for them everything is like magic, like it was for me when I began doing 3D modeling. I won't forget the first time I saw a guy doing 3D modeling right in front of me. I was gobsmacked, you know. I thought this guy is genius, you know. And it doesn't mean he wasn't. I mean, he's great. He's doing great art and all that. That all stands. But you know, when you're appreciated by people who are doing the same as you're doing, it means just that more. Completely understand that feeling. It's amazing to get comments from both sides, but it's like getting a comment from a superstar when a 3D Pro gives you a compliment. Yep, indeed, pretty much. I hope this is proper here. Now I'm gonna lower it a bit more, increase this, and still. We need to have some differentiation here, just like that, and maybe just make it a bit smaller. And then another duplicate for this one below. Now we will have a much more believable model here. Looks amazing. Now my purpose is not any longer to create a car, because I've created many, and with care and passion. So it's creating a story. It's creating something that, you know, it's not just a car. It's a specific car. It's a car that has some history behind. And it's a model that it's not only the chassis that's built, but also much more, like all these details that you would see on this car. Yesterday I was talking with a fellow Discord member on Discord channel, basically, so about getting VR, new VR. I have one, which is Oculus Rift CV1, like it's the first one that got out. So I'm contemplating in getting this Quest Meta 3 just for the sake of being able to showcase this model through VR in twin motion, where I would just walk around the model. So to create a believable representation of this vehicle. Now I'm not sure whether that's gonna be, I'm just, you know, thinking out loud now. I'm not sure whether that's really justifying, you know, the needs to buy that and all that, but in due time would see, would think about that, I meant to say. And we'll see what turns up, how it turns up. Oops. From all these streamings, I kind of got used to this music, albeit being some, yeah, non-copyright, third-party content stuff of music. It's quite good. If you guys have any suggestion for something better, for some music that's better, feel free to suggest. I'm gonna play that one instead, you know. So we have this in here, but over there, except this is rather different. It's like a cap of a kind. So let's do just this. Duplicate that, and let's gather these two alongside this. We can actually combine this. Now, I made a mistake because I did not make a copy of these two, so I'll make a copy now for this, and in this instance I'll just delete that one, so that will remain as it is. This we can drag elsewhere, specifically here below, down into this model here. That needs to be rather lower, like that, and we'll just turn it around now at this axis here. So we have this left side more or less, and it looks nice. This is gonna be a tube here that's gonna be pretty much modified. There are some details here that will be added in texturing. Some bolts and nuts here that will be added later on as well. We have part of them. This in here will be just, oh no, no, just like that. That inside deleted. That should be fine. To add a bit more character to it, I'm just gonna make these that sharper. And remove these edges here. See, that's quite better. I'll fake it the welding here, so I'll just bring it back to a degree like that and open up like this. These will follow through. This is after all a part that's truly below anything that will be visible on this car. Like from the whole engine, look where it is. Like it's below, and it's not gonna be ever be, you know, seen. I don't even need to bother about these, but it's just the perfectionist in me that wants to do these things for the model to look as rich as possible. So where we were, yep, this in here, this will be hardened just like that. We'll have welding on all of that surface over there with this. Now this is what's troubling me a bit, because it doesn't make sense on how this whole model comes to be from the 3D scan material that I got. You see there's that surface and goes down. Now I'm not sure whether there is like a pipe in here, like sole one element that connects with this other turbine here, where, yeah, I cannot click on it, unfortunately. So it's kind of part of this whole element here, and then there is this circle, but I have no clue how this ends. So without being able to see much, what I went and did is made this box, you know, connecting with that. Which is rather odd, but yeah, maybe I should just cut it through here, maybe something. Okay, so that's cable. Here we have these screws that we have to add, but they're different. They're just plain circles, nothing complex about that. Okay, so we need higher. This means this in here will have to be elevated like that. Bit of silence on the stream, a moment to focus on the work. Not that I'm not welcoming noise, so to call it. It's not noise though, it's a good thing, you know, to have activity and to be actively thinking about stuff, keep you engaged with what you're doing. In short, I might go to make a pause for just a cup of coffee. And I intend on getting back, of course, to continue with the work. It's just 10 minutes to 1 o'clock, so I'll be here for the next more or less 4 hours working on this. So make no mistake, I'm not going anywhere. Pardon. Now, how are these connected? Now, this I'm seeing it's... There should be a lot of needles in here, but I don't mean to do all of those. Rather just maybe some texture I'll apply on the bottom. And this should be pretty much higher, like that. Maybe I'll just make it like this, you know? It doesn't have to be... So from these parts we will take... Okay, that's a bit different. So I think that's pretty much correct. Maybe this isn't. And maybe we have this in here. And smaller. This is quite spot on, so I'm not sure how this would fall in here. Let's have it like that. Have this in smaller. I'll make it flexible here, so we give some original shape. Yeah, that's nice. Like twisted. Now what about this? We'll leave it as it is for now. Now there are cables that go to the right here. And there might be another attached point like in here that we have there for these elements here. Actually, no point in closing this like that. I think I'm still in the process of pretty much doing a lot of blocking out here, although I'm indeed spending details, delivering details on this model, taking from the scan basically. But the truth is that we have to do a lot more details afterwards to places that I cannot yet see and make sense of them. So as I am continuing this development, this journey of developing this engine, I would assume that a lot of the things, a lot of the models will reveal themselves. They will reveal itself as I am more and more getting to the core shape of a specific model. And furthermore, what I'm trying to say is that there will be corrections. So I'm gonna have 5, 6, 10, 50 maybe. Are there any other cables here? I cannot see. There is one actually here. That it's... maybe it will be just better to follow that line later on. And that cable, it's ending somewhere around here. This is smoothed out. It shouldn't be like that. We should really just apply here some beveling. I'm noticing that's one there rather twisted, modified, but that's all fine. We can fix that if needed be, you know. Now, if I go on fixing these one by one, it might take some time. Okay, now I have merged that by an accident. That's what happens when you're trying to rush things. They are all like that. So what do we have? We have this in here that we need to make. So to have this cable. Okay, so let's get that. Okay, it's kind of fitting that we just need this to be elevated up until that point there, and this is quite tilted like that and lowered, so we need an additional one. And here it's beveled. Just like that. And this one gets lowered. stretched a lot more. Let's now see that. Okay, yep. A client of mine has just restarted the project. I just got a notification. It might be soon that I will have to continue working on this client's project. Not today though, but these incoming days. And guys, I might be missed again. Hey Seb Zorluk. Welcome on the stream. Are you for the first time there? Not sure though. Let me check. Just curious now. Genuinely curious. No, it's not your first time. I think the second, yeah. Welcome on the stream, mate. You're most certainly very much welcomed. What's up? Thinking on it right now, maybe I should. Yeah, anyway. That's not. Just grinding, applying for jobs. Bible, Tomp. Oh my god, ad. Yeah, ads. What can we do? When something is for free, you know how they say. It's most probably that we are the, you know, the product. I remember back in the day, YouTube, I mean, didn't have even a portion, a fraction of what they have now as YouTube ads. And again, I'm just carry it now, talking on this, maybe I just shouldn't, so I'll be silent. What about you? How are you doing? Great, mate. Great. Staying productive, doing all these works for the car I'm trying to create. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Doing sports, planning traveling, editing some videos for other platforms where I also stream. You can see from the overlay that surrounds my monitor. Pretty much that, nothing else special. Working on projects. What's been happening lately other than that? I think pretty much that. So we have these ribs in here, and then we have another like a jack here on. So is this for commission or just fun? This is just for fun. This is just for fun, but it's not for fun. It only for fun. I love doing it. I enjoy doing it, but it's as part of my portfolio. It will be as part of my portfolio, so I'm trying to make it, you know, with care. I'm developing a Porsche 962C authentic vehicle. One out of one. There's gonna be none other like this in the world, I'm sure. There are some models, but none has been done up till these details, to the level of these details that I'm doing. I'm literally developing the whole rear engine right now, and I've had the whole front and everything else that you can see on my other social platforms like YouTube, where I'm posting videos of what I've done so far. So yeah, I have the whole car, but yeah, so let me just quick show it off to you. So here's the whole vehicle. The front headlight has been like developed with all the details, welds, bolts and whatnot, calipers, brake discs. Look at that, you see? So it's all with detail. The work I'm doing on this, it's pretty much like 3 months now. Let's get into the interior of the stuff that I've done. So the Motronic computer here next to the driver's seat. This is all textured. So the dashboard here, the details, everything is quite modeled. As you can see, the pedals there, the shifter, the gear shifter on the right, all that, the front suspension here, where is it? Here. So the whole front, all of this is also textured. So now I'm working on the engine. So when I have the whole vehicle, I can showcase, you know, how this opens up and shows the whole vehicle. Basically, that's my intent for visualization. And yeah, so I'm working towards that. We'll see how it goes. So far, it's great. You asked me how you're doing, so yeah, so far, very positive. I'm pretty much finishing up with this left side here. The radiator, which will come from the front, from here. So this will be slightly adjusted so it fits, because it's from the same car, but just 1 year newer. It's the other one that I'm doing. So yeah, there gonna be some mild corrections, but not too big, in the sense that they won't be doable. Most certainly, everything is coherent, you know, there, like it's supposed to be. So I have to, maybe should I focus a bit on this and have the whole structure in the middle, and then give me a mean to continue working on the sides and have a bit more clearance in that area. Yeah, let's do that actually. So I'm gonna save here. Let's hide that, turn this off so we can make the file easier, lesser. So it's gonna be file 65 now. Save there. A bit tired. How long am I streaming today? It's not much, like 1 hour and 40 minutes. 1 hour and 40 minutes to have 70 views as much as I have right now on the other platform. It's awesome, because yeah, it's probably my new all-time record. And thank you guys for that. I hope you enjoyed. So I'll just leave this out as it is here. This will have to be welded somehow. We'll come to that a bit later on. So what about you? What about you, Seb? What are you working on? What have you worked on, or in what software are you working? Just Blender. That's cool. It's a software I want to learn as well. I want to dive into it once I finish with these vehicles. I want to spend some time on learning that software and see how modeling can be done there. Now, let me unhide this and continue developing this here. So let's make this live and let's continue. So okay, we have something in here that doesn't make sense, which is it's rather complicated for parts that I cannot really see. So it's supposedly to go in here. Okay, I'll try to navigate this around with what I have. For example, this, then I'll build this, then I'll have this. So what it will tell me is that this area needs to continue in this way here. Also, we have these portions here. So it's gonna be a slow, tedious work, block by block. So we can eventually get understanding on what needs really to be done. I haven't made something in a minute, but I'm doing like a guitar TV right now, but I'm losing my mind. I know, I've been there. Each and every of us 3D artists who began 3D modeling at some point, we have been in that situation. Feel free to share any photos if you can, if you will. If I can, I will help you. I can help you out maybe. Speaking of guitars, I love guitars. Unfortunately, I don't know how to play one myself. Although I have two guitars at home, both acoustics, acoustic guitars. One Fender and the other one it's I don't know how it's called, the other one, but all I know is that it has plastic wires, which intended because it's supposedly for music that comes from these fast fingers guitar plays that are done in Spain. So it's a guitar of that kind. I have two, and yeah, I haven't learned much in all these years that I have them. If one might be wondering why on earth then I have a guitar, it's because my sister went and took classes for playing guitars, so she pretty much rocks when it comes to a guitar, but I have no clue. So yeah, that's that. But yeah, guitars, I just love them. Cool stuff if anyone knows how to play one. Do you make stuff for games, or is it more cinematic and stuff? Well, this one, it's more for cinematics, I would say. But I do make, and I have made cars for games. If you scroll on my portfolio on on the links that you would find on Twitch, you would see my past experience and what I've done so far. So I've been working for Race Room back in the day for 3 years though. So delivered over, I don't know, like 20 cars for that sim racing title. But yeah, no, I'm not doing anything now. I'm working on some projects related to cars and vehicles, but nothing of that level that I did back then. It's just a different kind of work. It's more for visualizations. So nothing has to be that much optimized, except one, when working in 3D, you know, you would be quite aware of how the geometry works, so you would tend to make the geometry as clean as possible. So in that regard, yeah, certain models can be used for games, and I tend to work towards that, using that pipeline. But my intentions are to have more realistic vehicle, authentically made, with as much as possible details. So I'm not caring too much if I at certain point spend too much details on some area if I believe it's necessary to sell the realism of the vehicle, if that answers your question. So yeah, that's pretty much about it. Right now, as you can see, I'm trying to make sense of all of these ripped off scans, leftovers that are here and there, so I can make sense of it and how to complete this whole structure that's going below here. You see, below this. What I know for certain is that we have this element in here, and that's pretty much connected with this. So maybe I should not continue working towards that area, but instead just try to reconnect with this piece in here. And surely enough, that's what I'll be doing right now. So it takes some time until you see the picture in here, you know, to make sense of how this all works. So in that regard, it's pretty much slow work. It's not something that you would see these videos, reels on the internet. Oh, I did this in 3 days. Sure enough, mate. Hi Igor, and welcome on the stream. Hey man, I love your work a lot. How are you usually start modeling vehicles? Are you doing blockout from scratch using camera matching workflow or retopologize scan mesh? Well, Igor, I will tell you that I'm pretty much taking any approach that would first of all, to be more specific now, not to be too philosophical about it. When I first began modeling vehicles, I learned reading references. That is, you put the front, the side, the top, the back, and you just try to navigate yourself and train your mind in seeing 3 points at the same time. That is, for example, you move the front, but in the same time you have to look at the side and the top whether something is right, you know, at the spot. What I would think it's the start of the car, like very much the front end of the car, sometimes would be something else, like probably the bumper on the side, but the front it's that flat, so you cannot see where really the middle of the car is. Because when you have a sharp car, the what you see on the front side of the car, in that sense, it's not gonna be the bumper on the right, but on the side, but it's gonna be the very center of the car. So you immediately get the whole side angle of the front of the car, or be it the rear of the car. So what I'm trying to say is that I would suggest, you know, for you to take some references if you ask an advice on how you should approach for a starter. And for how I've done it, it's like that. And then as I got more comfortable with shapes and understanding of how geometry would flow, I would just take anything that would make sense for me at the time, and I would just start working on it like that. So right now I'm doing block out on this 3D scan, so later on I can dive into the details of this engine that bit more. For example, right now I cannot make sense of how this element here it's really looking alike, right? I cannot see what's in here. I cannot see what's in here behind. But if I make this and I do this here on the side, and now I'm seeing, okay, there is some like, what's that? Like a pipe? What that is? Like a structure leading to the top? Okay, then that means this here should be shallow. So then we have like a structure here, probably it's continuing to the bottom, then probably here in the middle, like it's a void place. So step by step, you know, you start building up the whole model. It's like that how I approach how I do this. There is no other way. There is no way where, you know, you can get around this if one wants to make something really nice. So it takes time, and you know, trust the process, enjoy it, and if you do, surely enough, you will get very far, I'm sure. Thank you once more. Yeah, I thought someone wrote for a second, but that was my comment. So Seb, yeah, feel free to share any progress of the work that you have here on the channel. The same goes to you, Igor. If you have any work that you're working on right now, feel free to share here or on the Discord channel that I run. It's pretty much free for all. It's a small community where we are trying to improve each other as artists. It's basically for people that are willing to learn about 3D, more about 3D. So that's pretty much the middle. I don't bother that much about it. It's a nice consequence to have for what I'm about to say, but these analytics that I'm watching on the side, it's very nice to see that today, more than any other day before on this stream, I have most views and all that, but in the same time, the least amount of subscribers, which is quite interesting. Like I've said, I'm not bothered by it. It's just a nice consequence that it's kind of pushing me, you know, to do more. So it's very much interesting to see when someone does that, you know, either subscribes or something changes. I don't know if I'm ready to show. Seb, believe me, any point it's worth showing, because anything that I might see might be very valuable long term. For whatever you're trying to build, not only for me, but for anyone who might like to see your work. I don't know how to say this other than the fact that no work will ever be good enough. There will be every time something to improve. So if you are concerned about showing something that might not be good enough, trust me, it never will. So this is not about making something that's perfect. It's just making something that looks right. And right can be only done if you learn what's wrong. So other than that, there is no right or wrong in terms of completion or whether you have finished or not a specific model. You can work on a model for many, you know, months, days. I should have said that the other way around. No problem, Igor. You're very much welcome. Igor, what are you working on, like, yourself? What are you most interested in? Is it vehicles? Are you working in Maya or Blender maybe? Seb here, just right above you on the chat. He is working with Blender, and he's doing, as he said, guitars and some other assets, on which he's working actually right now, which is very nice to read. Meaning he's, like myself, working at it. You know, a TV is like a guitar, kind of. Yeah. Friends of mine would, in the beginning at least, would be very much surprised at how I did this car and be amazed at it, you know, looking at it like, wow, this is great, this and that. Thank you so much, it means a lot. But what if I tell you that the helmet of Maximus that I made was, for me, harder than the car? You know, because it has all these unproportional shapes. That's how I see it, at least. Not that it is like that entirely, but it just, when you make a car, you have strict guidelines. You know, you have the door, you have the wheel arcs, you have this and that. But when it comes to helmets, yeah, you see the helmet from one side and it looks like this and all that. You make it and you switch from the middle and it's completely different thing, because it's a round object. So it's not only that you have to be mindful of how that would look in a 3D space, but also of not damaging the round shape. So that's very tricky thing to do. So that's why I always joke that making a car, it's easy, but these other things can be also very challenging. So okay, so there is a link from Discord. Let's see. That looks very interesting. That looks very interesting, and I very much like the details that you have here. The buttons you have. Now, there is an issue here with the bevel, I would say, most certainly. These things are can be a problem. I would tell you to train your skills a bit more around these shapes in here that you have as well on projected here. Now, looking from this angle, this element here, it's much more smoother and it's not curved that sharp like here. So training not only, you know, means of how to work with the geometry, but try to train your eye to get the real surface or real model, how it's portrayed here. So you see there is like a cut in here. This is quite odd even to me. I mean, from this angle I cannot see much. It's more or less like a damaged, I don't know, but it's like very interesting shape, I would say. So this is quite unique model, man. This is quite unique model. And also these in here. Yeah, that's the shadow. That's the shadow of the buttons. So I felt like too much topo to get that thing. It would add too much. Yeah, probably it would, but don't bother about that. I would tell you. Spend as much as geometry you think it should, as long as it's authentic as it needs to be. Like this, for example, if you want to make exactly this model, try to make that. Try to make that, because in my eyes at least, it will show that you spend the time in trying. It doesn't have to be even that you know, specific, that detailed to the like very detailed to the extent that you get it 100% spot on. It doesn't need to be 100% spot on, but try to make it at least 80% of it. So someone who might see this model would be like, okay, he spent additional time. He did not just mirror it on the other side, but he spent this time to do this. So it's an additional effort. And yeah, effort pays off. So that's what I will tell you, like a piece of advice. If it means anything to you, I will do that. I will try to make that. And also I'll try to improve on this, because in here, this doesn't look like this here. You would see by the shadow that what you have here up until the bottom is pretty much flat. So you shouldn't have this curved line on the bottom. It should be flat as well. So make only this at the end, like that curvature that goes to the base frame of the monitor. But this at the bottom is missing out. To me here, this looks like it's flat up to the point where the buttons are, and then it has like a slight rounded element going into the base of the monitor again. But this here, it's quite flat. So I'll try to make that flat as well. Let me show you. Let me show you just for a second. So what you have, it's this TV, like this, right? So you have that. Now let's make the bevels, so to add complexity to it. Maybe not that much. Where's the bevel? No, get back to... No, that's the other bevel. Wait a sec. Okay. So like that, and now you have a bit exaggerated form on the bottom, or at least that's how the monitor itself is. So let's make that, and then what I'll try to make is, now I'll get another element, I'll cut this like this, I'll make it up till here, so I'll bring it somewhere around to where this begins. It's pretty much aligned, so let's say it's here. I'm not trying to be that precise now. So right now that's rounded. So what we need to do is make this round as well. So I'm just gonna quickly do this, and then this element in here, it's gonna be pinpoint somewhere around here. But these angles at the very angles here, they have this at the top has inclination towards the monitor. So what I'll do is I'll need more control at the edge of this. So I'll make these. It's always better to do it like that. And yeah, just a second. Maybe I should have done it the other way around, but anyway, while at it, I'm just gonna continue with it. So what I'll do here is I'll take this all like this. Okay, so what we need now is to make this, and we'll have additional here. That will be something like it, and this probably here. So you would have this rounded, but the bottom is flat. It's not going like this, because in here I don't see that. It's quite flat. but maybe I'm just wrong from not having any other references. But from this angle, the shadow, how the shadow falls on that element there, I only see shadow here on the side, and then this is disappearing on the side, on the front. Even here, there is no shadow like that extensive as I'm seeing here, to the level of depth that this is. So it means that this on the front pretty much is flat, with curvatures only around that left side here. And then you have here maybe the inclination towards the monitor as well. So that's how I would approach it. And the other side, I'll just have it like this, and then just do this maybe. And I'll cut it through, literally like that. And then reconfigure the whole structure there. Let me read now what Igor has said. I kind of left him. So I'm hard surface artist before I was weapon artist, and I'm tired to create same weapons and decided to grow up as a hard surface artist. For now, I don't have any personal projects. I'm too busy on my main job, and on my free time, I'm practicing of hard surface sculpting on ZBrush. Normally, I work on Maya and model for poly modeling. That's very interesting, and Igor, great to have you on the channel. I can see you are quite experienced with modeling and has done quite a lot of things, I suppose. I'm curious to know what you're doing for work 3D wise, if it's 3D related, of course, and also to tell me a bit more about model for polygon modeling, because I've never used model and I have no clue how that works. Okay, I think I should be dedicated to completing this part because I can understand now that this is quite challenging. So maybe the detailing of the model should be spent for later on, once I have all these things set in stone, kind of, you know, where I won't have any puzzles about how this geometry should flow, right? So here we have, let's take the necessary steps. Nice of you to share your story, Igor. Very much appreciated. In short, Modo is very similar to Blender. More precisely, Blender is very similar to Modo. This is because the former model developers left to work on Blender, and the legendary version 2.8 of Blender was released when it changed completely. You see, I had no clue about that, and I love streaming for this, guys, whoever is on the stream. This is probably a very much mainstream stuff, but myself being too much focused on Maya, I will tell you that I had absolutely no clue what has happened and about this, what you have just said. So yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't have known. So thank you for sharing that, Igor. I learned something new today. So that's why many people are now doing, switching to Blender, because there has been some pissed off guy who decided to make it Blender and free for all, like it is. I mean, hat off to that guy. It's brilliant. It's brilliant thing that he made. Don't get me wrong, guys. It's a beautiful software, and just like in the sim racing world, where they would argue like which sim is the best, I always say be lucky and grateful that we live in a time where we can get to taste all these sim racing titles. Back in the day when I began sim racing in 99, 2000s, 2001, there has been a handful of simulation titles. So same way with Blender. I mean, it's a great software. I don't like it for some things, I like it for others. I don't like for the notion that it's created among 3D artists that you know Blender and you can do amazing stuff within a day. It's a misconception, and it's misleading, and it's ruining the industry, because they create false expectations that later on clients will have, that certain things are done very fast within a day. Sure, many things are simplified, but by no means it's easy and it's fast like it's portrayed that it is. That's completely nonsense. So that's the only thing that I see wrong with all that. Otherwise, it's a great software, and yeah, I have nothing else to add, basically. Just a sec, Igor. I will read it out in a moment, just to get this, to get to the end of this and how this should be done. There it is, much more structured and looking like something, like it makes sense, you know. That's most important thing, to make things to look as if they make sense, to sell the realism. But yeah, guys, feel free to have discussion if there is anyone else apart Igor. I cannot read. Yeah, Seb. So there have been others, and I'm sure others are also watching, so just in a moment. So did I actually lost the comments? Yeah, here it is. So I started working with it only because at that time it was very flexible in terms of hotkey settings and interface, which speed up my work. In the end, the Blender won. Foundry recently ended support for Modo and distributed a 10-year license. Seb, I think like you'll just have to leave it as it is. I can't always go for perfect. You're speaking about your 3D model, yeah, especially as I haven't released anything recently because I was not happy with it. Just keep working at it and it will come in due time, mate. It will come. By the way, speaking of guitars, I used to play the guitar. I had a Korean swing Jeff Watson, a copy of Fender Stratocaster, and Jackson Randy Rhodes one. In the end, I sold them all to buy a computer and a tablet so I could start a career in computer graphics. I salute you for that risk. I salute you for that dedication and, you know, conviction to sell something like that, and you know, knowing to play guitars, to sell that, to start a career in 3D industry. Hat off to you, mate. I'm not saying it's a good thing that you sold a guitar. I love guitars a lot, like I've said previously, but for the sake of, you know, the conviction you have, what you just said, it's hat off. It's very admirable. Well done, I mean, and I hope it turns out well for you. So far I think it has, from what I've read. Now it's time to get myself a guitar. My hands are really itching to play. Oh my. I would play you guys some guitars here, of course from YouTube, but I'm not sure if I can though, due to copyrights. But we have a fellow guitarist player from our country, which is renowned to be as one of the best in the world, but he's very much known on the Balkans. So I'm sure you don't know, you haven't heard about him, and that's why I would like to kind of show you and use this you know, opportunity to show you his play, which is stunning. The way he plays, it's amazing. Just recently he was accepted or admitted at the King's Palace in Buckingham's Palace, I meant to say, at King Charles, I think, yeah, he was. So as part of another big group of artists in the film industry and you know, many other fields of art, as people who have done something very you know, achieved something in their respective careers. Yeah, I don't think I can play that due to copyrights. Maybe I can just leave a link from it so you can hear it out. I'm gonna try this now, like this. What I'm doing right now. To see if it makes sense and where it leads me. So... I think it's pretty much following this frame here. And right till the end like that. From here up until here. And then there's like this. So okay. It's 2 o'clock. I'm gonna head for a cup of coffee and I'll be right back in a moment. We are back. Yeah, nice stuff here. Product design, watches. That's one thing I want to make. So I have these cars that I intend on making. This Porsche that I plan on finishing hopefully by the end of this month. I don't know how that's realistically possible. It's already 19th of November, so I have only like how many? 40 days of total work that I can apply to this model. And among that I also have other projects, so I'm not sure how much I will be able to complete in that amount of time, but after that I want to make the McLaren MP44 that I also said many times I have in the pipeline already, and it's halfway made. It's been a vehicle that since always I loved to make. It's my first model that I began working with which I began working in 3D. I meant to say when I started learning 3D, the first model that I did was McLaren MP44, but of course that was not resembling the McLaren MP44 at all. It was just like a mere shadow of what eventually would be that beautiful car. So yeah, I mean, once I finish that, then maybe I'll take on doing some other stuff like watch, guitar probably. I very much like the plays of John Mayer, how it's his name correctly pronounced. Anyway, so I want to make his guitar. It's not that hard though. It's the whole guitar. It's very much has a simple design. But again, I want to make it authentically that one, not just any guitar, but some guitar that has been probably customized, modified, like for these great artists that they are, being Slash or Eric Clapton and others. Yeah, I have no clue whether this is continuing there or not. So it's going to be quite tricky. I'll have to experiment a lot in here. Maybe this is gonna tell me more or less about the elements that I'm missing here. I'm missing out, so I'll try now and create the topology of these structures here. Thanks again for stopping by, for the comments so far. I like having people on the chat and on the stream, of course. That's why I stream, by the way. It's, you know, to share with other people. Sharing, it's caring, you know how to say. I also learned that many great 3D artists recently, not recently, but of recent times, let's say, they learned quite a lot through means of streaming. They went on to say that as a result of them streaming, they have got to learn a lot more things much faster, and were able to, you know, as well implement that knowledge effectively. So although I cannot stream every day, like, I mean, consistently, because I can stream every day for a week, but then if I get a project, I'll have to surely enough step down from anything else and do that project itself. And usually I have NDAs projects that I cannot really share with anyone. Recently I worked on one, and I don't know how to say it, but how else to say it other than I cannot wait to share with everyone else. I'm so proud of that work. I'm so happy of what I've achieved, and it's gonna be probably one of the closest of projects when it comes to my goal of eventually reaching anything remotely close to F1 or any competition like that, close to F1. So this is pretty much up there, but nothing is set in stone as it is right now. So I have to be very careful and not too optimistic about stuff. You know, just keep on working, keep on improving, and hopefully one day it will happen. That's my goal, but yeah, how real that is remains to be seen. After all, having position in something of an industry like F1 is, it's super hard, and it's very much likely that, you know, it's not them who are gonna find me, but it should be me trying to, you know, enter in that sphere there. So, and of course, so far there is no reason, I would say, why they would hire myself for anything they need, because what I can offer is visualization on vehicles with the custom liveries, which so far I haven't done, and to that extent that I think they should, as they very well are till even today. The quality is great. There are many great artists in that area, and I know I'm real about that, about the fact that I cannot do as good renders as they can right now. But what I know I can is I can model a car to its details, so to make it, you know, most believable and all that. So what I mean probably to say is that after all of this is done with the modeling portion of this vehicle, that I should probably focus more a bit with these vehicles specifically more onto the visualization side. So that's my intent on having proper renderings done with of any kind, basically, with both with HDRs, in Unreal Engine, Twinmotion, V-Ray with Maya. Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. There will be time when we will get to that point. What's up to me right now is that I have to focus on this vehicle to finish it to the best of my abilities that I can. Right now what I'm doing, as you can see, it's I'm trying to get this these shapes in here. So I can work around them and create what remains to be created, you know, around for all the surface that it's not quite visible. Yeah, finally. Tonight, I think I would be live streaming about doing topology on one specific shape, specific headlight that needs to be 3D printed for a friend. So I plan on streaming for the next 2 hours, but 2 hours and 30 minutes. So after that, I'll be off until tonight, and tonight I'll only come back if I will be streaming about this headlight that I have to do for a friend. So I'll be streaming that process. He's very much interested himself in how that is done. Okay, so let's fill in this area here. This we don't need, but this pretty much needs to be connected. So that's that. It's a big portion of this engine that I kind of left go unnoticed, and by no means it should be downplayed, because it's quite a big, you know, area here. That's not really proper there. Maybe I should just and this is also quite higher going. There right away. Like that. Now You hate, but you have to. I hate doing something that I don't like, but applying for jobs is something that I need. So I cannot hate it when you need it, you know, when I need it. If I don't need it and I have to do it, I hate it. But if it's something that I need and I have to do in order to get a job, I cannot hate that. It's just part of the process. That's how I see it. That's how it is. Do you hit them with the cover, letter and city combo? I hit them with everything. Most of all, I hit them with my work. So my way of talking is doing this work right now. So that when the time comes that I have to submit my portfolio, all my work would be done. You can have the best of words, the best of filled up text or whatnot, resume and all that, but if you don't have the work to show for, all is for nothing. All it's under the carpet, goes down the river. So what I make sure to have is great work, and great work is only done by, you know, spending a lot of time like I am right now and doing this big. And you can only do this if you love it. If you don't like it, you won't do it. You won't have the nerves to do it. So I'm not speaking about you, specifically anyone. So it's very important that you know what you love in your life, what you'd like to do, and just do it. There shouldn't be a day where you would say, oh, today I was supposed to do that, but I wanted to play a game, so now I feel bad because I played this game. It shouldn't be like that. If you like something, you should make effort and do that instead of anything else. I don't know how old are you, but my friends are out playing something, doing something. I won't budge. I'm doing this. You know, that's how I operate, because this is what I want for myself, and you should be selfish for yourself. And you shouldn't do things just because they're easy or because now look at that. How on earth has that went up there? So what I meant to say is that sure, I could have finished this car and be done with it like a month ago, but I have this 3D scan. I know it's hard to make the engine, and that's why I'm making it, because I know that it's hard, because I know that when I show this in the future to anyone who's gonna be offering work, I'm gonna floor him. He won't believe what I've had the nerves to sit and do. He would know that I would find motivation to do all that if needed, if appreciated, if, you know, paid well and all that. There is no combo as such, Seb. It doesn't matter if you hit them with one or the other or both together. If you haven't done nice work, you can hit them with anything you'd like. You won't achieve anything. What you worked so far that I've seen on your guitar, I would say don't stop there. Complete the whole model. Do what you think you know what you could. Try, give your best, but don't stop at modeling only. Complete it fully. Make the UV map. Create textures for it. Make visualizations. Render the whole stuff. Have it in your portfolio to show it for, and then move on. Until you do that, don't work on anything else unless it is paid. I'm working solely on this for 3 months. 3 months since mid-July. Now we are November. September I wasn't working. I was on vacation. More or less October I wasn't working because I was lazy. Not lazy in the sense that I wasn't working anything. I was working on many projects, but I had the spare time later in the evening to sit and do modeling for myself, but I just didn't have the power, the energy in me to sit again after 8 hours a day working for these clients, to sit again and do work now for this portfolio. So I let it be for probably another month to take a breath. I felt like a burnout from all the streaming that I did previously. I was streaming every single day in the morning hours for 8-7 hours. So I left like 2 months, I left it without any work. So from July till end of August I was developing this vehicle. Then I stopped for roughly 2 months and now I'm beginning again. So I very much hope that finally I'll finish this come the end of the month, so I can focus on something else. But yeah, anyway, this is something that I'm doing, like I've said, since mid of July. If it hasn't been paid, I am doing only this, nothing else, until I finish it. I don't know if I showed you before, but here is my little thing. I get it that it's not the best, but it was during universe, so don't be too hard. I won't be too hard by any means. I'm not the person that should be hard. There is a follow from me. You have very nice work that I'm seeing already here. I very much like the stylized flower sword. Here I'm gonna showcase it here for anyone curious to see. It's very nice. It's very nice, low poly, painted and all that. It's very nice asset. I like it. Maybe you can dwell a bit more on the details of the grass here, whatever that root is. But generally speaking, it's very nice, especially the blade itself, the stone. It's very nice. What I'll do maybe is just try to add white color on the edge to showcase the blitz on the you know, on the where the thing is very much the sharpest. What are these? Why I cannot click on them? Is that like a header? By the way, speaking of guitar, yeah, that's the older. Yeah, I'm switching now only to YouTube. Where is the chat? Full chat from Twitch here. Yeah, so like my problem with my stuff is that it's kind of from school, and we also had theory that took 50% of the time. Okay, that was like one of the first 3D model I did. Yeah, it looks nice. Like I've said, this one as well. I like the environment. You see, you have made the whole texturing stuff and visualizations, camera, and all that. So it looks very nice, completed. And especially these stuff that showcase that they're modular. There's like, again, and the references you have. It looks very nice, man. It's very nicely packed, you know, how it should be. I like this. Your work is very nice. You know, it shows a lot, like all the technicalities that it needs to, like the wireframe, the texturing, the references, and all that. Well done. I have works that are not shown as good as these are. This is so, you know, don't put yourself down. It's fairly great. I mean, I like it a lot. This is very nice. Sherlock Holmes desks. Oh my, I like that game. Look at that. Okay, this is silly now, but very nice. This is made. It can be said that, yeah, indeed, you have spent a lot of time on all these things and showcasing them very well. What I would tell you, what I would do to tell a bit more of the story, is I would focus more the light itself on this violin here in this angle. I wouldn't have to show it the blanket here or anything, like it's too flat, you know. Add a bit more of depth to the scene and try to steer the eyes of the viewer on what you want to show in a specific thing. For example, imagine if this very subtle character with the piece of a puzzle beneath his hand. Imagine if the light was showcasing something like here only, you know, like that cinematic light that would showcase only that and pretty much showcase the details that you have on the desk. But we don't need to see much of the texture behind on the wall, because it's not really anything special, in the sense that, not in your case, that you haven't made it in that way. Nobody would make it to be that special because it's just a wall. Maybe it would be something subtle and subjectively artistic, painted, hand painted, whatsoever. But the point is, if you're trying, let's say, to showcase this, then to have it like more visually in that area, to steer the eye to see exactly in this area. But if you're showing the wall, then you should probably, you know, move on other areas so to showcase the wall, in which case you won't have this in front. So overall, I think the whole work is very nice and I like it. And this is I suppose on YouTube. Yeah, that's you. Let me hit subscribe so I have you here among my other channels that I'm following. So yeah. This is very cool. This is very cool. I like it. The missing piece. This is brilliant. This is brilliant. I like it. I like the storytelling. Yeah, the animations and all that can be much more improved and whatnot, but I like the story. The storytelling. Especially this at the end. Well done. Let me hit like on that. Really loved it. Great work, man. Yeah, so you do have the means to make a lot of progress. You already played with cameras, cinematic cameras. You know what that is. You know how to play with that. So don't be too hard on yourself. No need to be. We are all learners. We are all learning, you know, in the industry. Even the best of the best, they're not sure of everything that they do. I hear. I mean, this is how, you know, what I've heard. It's not that I'm taking as a given. You know, Dushko, he is very great with cars, this and that, but many times, you know, it happens that I have no clue how to make one car. I have to sit and think and try for some time in order to get it right eventually. So don't be too hard on yourself. Nobody is gonna get everything from the first go. You know, you have to just really have the time to spend it, to spend on the artwork. And of course, one has to have, you know, eyes and good, you know, sense of what's good, what's not good. Good eye to details. That for sure, it's a plus, but it's nothing detrimental that one or another, he or she won't be suitable for this or that. Is all I wanted to say, in my humble opinion. I think it's you will find value in it. Okay, so in here what I have is a wheel, like a very big wheel, and maybe, yeah, I'll just try to have this circle and the details that go here, but other than that it will be very much already made circle that I'll have dropped in there, and just I'll try to cut in through to make these shapes. So that's for that. I'm getting into that vibe right now, that it's not a vibe actually, how to explain it, I don't know. In that mood where I'm just fed up with everything so far and I just want to have a pause, but this streaming thing, it's pushing me to spend 2 more hours that will be in the end very, very valuable. Yeah, 2 more hours. Right now it's 3 o'clock. I plan on streaming until 5. At 6 o'clock I have to go to training, so I'll have to stop at around 5, at max at 5:30, so to go on training. But yeah, surely I will finish by 5. But I'm kind of wasted. I don't know. I've been since early morning, 9 o'clock on PC, so I began streaming at around 11, and that's why I feel this like wasted already. Otherwise I would be streaming for probably 7 to 8 hours, 9 hours a day without a problem, until 8 hours more or less. It's when I start feeling a bit sore, and you know, these this might start happening. Maybe because I didn't had any breakfast yet. Maybe it's because of that. And actually, quite frankly, I'll have to go right now and take anything to get in my stomach, because I have training in 2 hours and I'm supposed to have at least something to have something eaten before that, 2 hours at least earlier. So I'll go and make myself a sandwich or 2, and I'll be right back like in 10 to 15 minutes to continue with this. My intention is to make this whole element in here and to reconnect on the other side, so to continue towards this in here and have the whole structure beneath the engine, that is this here, this, and going in this direction. So once that is done, then we'll be left these trunks here, cables, some details on the inside. That's how I'm seeing it, but other than that, we'll have the whole structure here around which I can create the diffuser after that, and everything will fall in place much better, I meant to say. So I'll be right back in no time. We're back. I got one sandwich and it's much better right now. And the music today is quite good from this Spotify playlist. Okay, sure buddy. Hey Igor, nice to have you here on the Discord channel. That has been 10 minutes ago when you have posted So you're actually from Armenia, and from what I can see, you have made a lot of great stuff made here. A lot of weapons, like you said yourself, you're fed up of making weapons, but I'm so glad to have you here on the channel, and you're most sincerely welcomed. Hi Biba, what's up, man? Biba is, guys, my how to say this? Is there a right way to say this? Most frequent and most generous viewer, follower on while streaming. Yeah, that's not named platforms. Just lurking around, of course. You're welcome, buddy. So that's what we can make out of this. This needs to be a full circle. Yeah, understood. Of course, man. Of course. Don't get me wrong. I get you 100%. I think this is pretty much in line with what we are building here. Maybe it's that this circle stops here, so we don't have that line fully, but maybe it's finished around here. That. I see. So actually that circle does exist indeed. It needs to be a full circle, and rather a circle full as it was. I see. So it's actually, this is straight here. So okay, let's get this first. What's up, Biba? So how it's gonna work? It's 3:30. You're almost finishing with work, as I assume, if I assume correctly. It's been a while since I had you. I mean, the last time, actually yesterday, and the day before that. I got back quite fairly frequently back on streaming. This car must be finished. So it must be finished. I used to joke that one, you know, one has to die and has to, you know, go beep beep. Other than that, everything is optional. Nothing is a must. Not even taxes, I would say. Don't let me be hurt by those that shouldn't, right? Well, I'm at way 30 minutes to go. Hi Shivam, hey Shivam, what's up, man? Nice to see activity after all on the stream. Welcome on the stream. Main Instagram correlated clips and other works watching on Behance inspires me. Glad to hear that. That's why I'm working, to inspire people. Am I inspiring you people, man? You're actually at work. There is no need of inspiration for you. You have to do it. Oh my. I'm hearing some messages on Discord, but I don't dare to switch now because I'm in a flow, and I want to make this, to get to the end of this because it's so tricky. I was doing some details on the side of the engine, thinking that, you know, it's important to get them right, but then I realized that these details here are super crucial to get them right. There are whole structures that need to be done. So onboarding a new employee and doing a redesign. Oh my, that's interesting. I remember when I wasn't doing onboarding of a new member, but I remember seeing these new guys coming in the studio where I was, yeah, very much dedicated on living. So I was like, hey guys, you have no clue where you're entering. I'm learning from your stream, doing hard surface topology, fixing angles, although you're on Maya and Blender. Yep, pretty much the workflow is everywhere the same in that regard, so yeah, it makes sense. Glad to hear that. Never knew that, specifically about you. Problems are the and have the same way to solve them. Yep. Look at that now. So that's one side done. Now this what we need to do here. Not that, but edge flow, not that as well. Okay guys, I think I'll actually, after all, stop here. It's 4 o'clock, hour earlier. I think it's enough for today. Overall, over 120 viewers on one platform, on another 100. This is growing nice, and yeah, I don't have the number of chats currently, but there are quite a lot. Thank you for that. Thank you for having the time to stop by and say hi. It's very much appreciated. It's giving me really energy to keep on going today. It is what it is. I cannot go any longer. My hand is aching and I need it for training. So yeah, finished quite a lot of things though today. So the left right side more or less done. The central part we will continue with it tomorrow. It's gonna be pretty much done in a day or so, and then we're gonna delve onto the details towards the central area here. And sure enough, we will have the whole engine and the whole car at the end. It's gonna be just amazing. Thank you all for coming by again, and see you tomorrow at the same time. I'm gonna continue working on this again. Whoever wants to keep me company, you're more than welcome.